All right, hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Is there any background music that you can hear? Na saizi? Unaisikilia wapi, kwa WhatsApp ama Discord? Lakini you cannot know. Let me just switch it off, okay? But I usually play background music for my streams. But it's okay. Let me just switch it off. Okay. I think I'm live on YouTube now. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Okay, I'm live on YouTube. And okay, Peter, I'm live on YouTube, okay? Hello. 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 You have muted yourself. Hello. Hello. Sasa ndo nakusikia sasa. Oh, sawa. Anyway, we're about to start. Au kuweka rangi zote. Peter. Hello. Are you not hearing me ama kunaenda aje? What's happening?
Unanisikia?
Ndio nakusikia sasa. There's something that you are doing there that is making you not to be audible. Hello. Bro, mi sikusikii sasa.
Hello.
Yes, nakusikia saa hii. Nini inafanyika hapo sikupati?
Sijui mbona toka Discord nikirudi WhatsApp unisikia, nikirudi Discord unisikia. Can you hear me?
Yes, hii nakupata. Shida ni nini? You are using two microphones at the same time. Yeah. So when you switch to Discord, I should use the Discord microphone. Okay, then end this WhatsApp call. I'm gonna end this WhatsApp call. Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you. Ebu try and speak again.
Yo.
Yeah, okay, everything is good now. So I'm asking, ukuweka hizi rangi zote?
The ones ziko hapa ndio nilikuwa natumia sana. The others nilikuwa na type. I guess kutype ndio ilikuwa imeniingia hadi nilisahau kuweka.
Oh my days. You will not be backtesting like you cannot make any progress ukifanya hivyo backtesting. Anyway, let me confirm I'm live on YouTube. Yes, I am live on YouTube. Yes, I'm live on YouTube. So yeah. So we are doing backtesting live session for the month of March 2025. Because that is what you suggested. So I'm gonna move this tool to here on February, okay?
Yeah.
Yes. And right now we are doing what is known as backtesting. So basically what we are doing here is pretty much what I taught you. But now we are going to get into the intricacies of it. Anyway, this is March, so this is December, January. So yeah, this is February. Okay, now everything is set and done. I'm confirming that I am on come on FXCM charts. So yeah, so we are doing what is known as bar replay on on TradingView. So this is what this is the tool that we're using for backtesting. So anyway, 10 minutes have already been pushed away from my time, but now I'm going to backtest this. So here we have the end of the February. So what I like to do is before even marking anything on the charts is the first thing that I want to do is looking at the price action. All right, so basically what is price action? Price action is basically what the movement of the markets in the, or what the market is printing, and I'm looking at I'm reading that and seeing what is happening. So the price action is telling me that at this particular level we had some sort of resistance at this particular level. There are some sort of resistance at this particular level, but eventually price broke through it. We had a little bit of a retest towards the level. Yeah, we had the break, the first break but did not hold, the second break but did not hold. With that break we had the break, and price tested this resistance particular level, and we are seeing that particular push. So looking at this price from year to date, that is from where it began from January, I'm seeing the price is bullish. Right, that is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing price being bullish at that particular point. And yeah, so I go on and analyze I'm just gonna get rid of some of these things that I'm seeing here. All right, on the weekly the same thing is playing out. So whatever this is, I'm not sure what that is. But anyway, I'm seeing what is happening on the weekly. The same thing. I'm seeing the bullish structure of the markets. So basically the market is creating higher highs and higher lows. Yeah, maybe I've seen some sort of pullback, that continuation. So basically that is what I'm reading from the markets. So I'm getting the price action, like what's the market doing. These labels, they are so big. I don't like using labels, man. But anyway, what are we gonna do? Anyway, this blue line essentially shows me where the year began to where price is acting on or pricing upon. So up to the 4 hour, that is where I'm gonna mark my price action, see whatever the market is telling me. Anyway, after looking at the price action, at basically what the price is doing previously from the year to date to after the year to date, I now go back to now marking my charts. And the very markings that I'm going to do is the markings that are involving marking the previous month high, marking the previous month. Basically these are liquidity points. What do I mean when I say that? I mean these are points of areas where price is being drawn to. Yeah, that is the second thing that I do after marking the price action. or after noting the price action, the second thing that I do is I come to mark my levels now, which basically involve the previous highs and the previous lows of the month. Right now I'm the weekly chart. I'm marking the previous month. This is diabolical. How does this become one color? Is this even one color? Very diabolical. There should be different color for a better reading. Everything should be different color. Anyway, I'm going to adjust that. So whatever I'm doing now, I need to disable dark screen. Let me relaunch that real quick, and then I'll be back. Just a moment, I'm coming back. I just noticed something. All right, I am back. So I just noticed something here, and I wanted to rectify it. So
Your Steam is full.
okay, let me share it on Discord. I think I'm back now.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back into this. Right, bring bar replay there. Oh, I am on. God damn it. Yeah, beautiful. I am back. So we are doing March, so March has not yet printed. So I go on the weekly. This is what I was saying. It should not be one color. This is just diabolical. Even if it is dashed, what happens when we move here to the high? I cannot see the damn thing. I cannot see the damn thing. And if I cannot see the damn thing, how am I going to make any analysis? I cannot. Or I will not be in a position to make any analysis. You see what I mean, Peter? I think you're mute. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so when they are aligned like that, so you cannot. Anyway, hope that is clear. Anyway, I'm gonna mark that level. This I'm just marking the previous week highs and lows. And to repeat what I've just said, is the reason why I'm marking these highs and lows is to show me the basically these are liquidity points. What do I know about liquidity points? Liquidity points, I think you need to mute yourself, Peter, so you can answer when you want to answer. You just unmute yourself, or when I ask a question. So this is going to represent previous week high and low. To go back to my thought, what I was saying was I marked these levels to basically help me identify the previous liquidity points. What are these liquidity points? These liquidity points are levels in the chart where price tends to be drawn to. When I said being drawn to, what I mean is price is getting to be attracted to. It is like a magnet, okay? The way magnet is drawn towards the north and the south pole is the same thing. So basically price tends to be drawn to or attracted to. Let me just use that. So when I mark my levels, I haven't come near to marking my levels, but I'm just marking the highs and the lows. So the highs and the lows that I focus on is the previous month. The other high and low that I focus upon is the previous week, and the other high and low that I focus upon is previous day, and the rest and the last thing that I focus upon is not the last, but the second last thing that I focus upon is the 4 hour, the previous 4 hour high and low, and the final thing that I focus upon is the previous one hour. Okay, the previous 1 hour, that will be where I'll be ending the draws in liquidity that I mark on the charts. Hope that is clear. That is clear enough. So basically it is the month, weekly, daily, 4 hour, and the 1 hour. So after marking my levels, the next thing that I come on to focus on is and before I move from that point, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly, this is how I divide them. So daily, weekly, monthly, I tend to combine them and say these are like my higher time frame, okay? Like higher. They are at the tip top of, let's say, of like a pyramid. Those are the creme de la creme of a cake or of your yogurt. So these are the time frame. When I mention them, I tend to consider them. These higher time frames tend to have a greater pull in terms of liquidity compared to the rest. And now I come to the middle higher time frames, okay, which I call them the 4 and the 1 hour. And maybe we can include the 30 minutes, the middle part. These are the middle part. These are like they are like in the middle. They are like our equator. They divide the higher time frame and the lower time frame. Okay, these are like my equator. The 4 hour, 1 hour, and somehow the 30 minutes. Now, when I come to the 15 and the 3 minutes, the 30 minutes also and the 15 minutes can also be considered. 30 minutes can also be considered as the middle, and 30 minutes can also be considered as the lower. Okay, because 30 minutes, what is 30 minutes time frame? It is half an hour. Okay, it is basically half of what 1 hour is already printed. So basically that's what it is, and that's why it tends to lie between the between the middle, the equator, and the lower time frame. And so I consider these, but majorly I consider 15 minutes and the 3 minutes to be my lower time frame, and the half part of the 30 minutes to be. Anyway, hope it will make sense. If it doesn't make sense, you just consider daily, weekly, monthly. These are the higher time frames. 1 hour, month, and 4 hour. These are the middle time frames, the equator. 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and the 3 minutes. This should fall accordingly to as the lower time frames. And if you want to subdivide these 3 minutes and the 15 minutes further, you can call this the execution time frame, the 3 minutes. So my 3 minutes is mostly my execution time frame. Hope that is clear. So the first thing that I've done is I have done the price action analysis. Basically, I've just looked at what the market is doing plainly. So I am considering that my charts are like clean. There's nothing on the charts. I just consider that. And at this time, my indicator that I use, the $10 billion code or the $1 billion code, it is off. So things like these and these, things like those are not there. So the first thing that I do is just price action. I look at the charts as naked as they are. What are the charts are telling me? And that is the price action. And I remember I've done that. That's the very first step. The second step is now I mark the draws in liquidity, which lie where? They lie on the low and the high of previous candles. Anyway, after that, now I come marking these levels. And how do I mark these levels? I mark these levels with the help of this tool known as the $1 billion code. Translate this into Japanese. Or if you look at the source code here, it is basically that $1 billion code. So yeah, anyway, don't worry about that. This source code can be found on my Discord, and the settings are as they are. So I like to show my fractals, very important for my side. I'm not sure about other people's side, but for me, I like to show my fractals. And I like them to be I like that here to be 90, so that they cannot be this displayed. Like the thing that I'm noticing are the fractals. I don't like them to be very noticeable, so I like to turn them on. Another setting is the fractal type is to the body, not to the wick plus body, but the body, because basically that is where. Anyway, don't worry about that. Periods is 2. Line style, don't worry about that. So these are the imbalancings of the fair value gaps. I don't usually use the fair value gaps, so if you want to show them, you can use that to show them, but I don't trade the fair value gaps, so I only use the order blocks or these particular levels, which I tend to call them the levels of supply and demand levels. All right, that is clear. I only showed the order blocks, and EMA length, I usually use it when to determine how the market is pushing or moving. Anyway, I'm seeing live on YouTube. I'm still on. Anyway, the next step that I do is now I mark these levels accordingly to how they appear on my chart, okay, or as they printed with this particular thing, the indicator. So yeah, these levels have already been marked correctly, and when I counter levels like these, same levels like these, what I consider is the older one. What do I mean? Between this and this one, which was formed earlier, this was formed earlier, and the same case here, between this and this, which was formed earlier, this was formed earlier. So this is what I consider. I consider the earlier one formed. I don't consider this. That should be noted down. Okay, I mark these levels, I denote them on my chart. I denote them on my chart. Okay, hope that is clear. And they basically have different meanings. So this one should be pink. What do I mean by pink? It's pink because it has not been tested before. Also, this one is pink. The reason being is it has not been tested before. Same case to that one, it should be pink. The reason it has not been tested before, this one should be pink because price has not come into it to test it before. The ones like this one, this is blue, all right, like the ends. What I'm talking about is the ends of those levels. This one is blue because price tested it very first time here. Hope, let me just zoom in. Price, before it started to have this push to the downside, price came back into it, tested it initially here, and we saw that. So this, since this has been tested and the price apparently rejected it, it is blue. Meaning what? When it is blue, it means that the likelihood of price coming back and mitigating it or crossing above the high of that supply or that demand or that order block is high. But when it is pink, it means the likelihood of price coming and closing below that is lower. Why? It has not been tested before. Hence what? We may likely see price coming in here and have a bullish particular side. It is 33 minutes since we started this back testing, but we are pushing on well. So this one, the same thing that I said. If I have two that are formed like these demands, I work with the older one. That should be noted. If you're noting things down, you need to note that down, Peter. So this one should be pink because it hasn't been tested before, and there's also this level here. So this one is different. Okay, this one is different. The reason why it is different because we are having like some sort of a gap here. Okay, but when they are layered, that's when I tend to change them. This is just ridiculous. when I do my analysis, I usually don't use the labels. So this one is a blue one here, and we saw price did not even hold after it was formed. Price just immediately got rid of it. Anyway, I like to show my fractals. I'm just gonna keep those fractals on there. So after I mark those level there, I'm going downwards, okay, from the monthly, weekly. At the same time, at the back of my mind, I'm doing what is known as price action analysis. Okay, I'm just doing some price action analysis at the back of my mind. And when I come to my charts and find things like this, I don't tolerate it. Like, what in the world is even this? Peter, are you the one who's doing this?
The order blocks.
Yeah, look at the shoddy work that you did here. You did not mark it, you did not line it up to where the exact level. This is gonna cost you. Anyway, let's continue. The rest I'm seeing they are worked on correctly. So they need to be precise, okay? They need to be at the point. And if you don't know how to make them precise, on your keyboard there's the button known as control. On your mouse there's this when you click that, okay? So you just select one corner, click control, and then you just hover around that level. And when you hover around that particular level, it will snap at the area that you want to direct it. It is known as the magnetic feature. Magnetic feature, this one. This one. And you can see it is denoted with what? Control. CTRL. Yeah. And what does that say? It says magnet mode snaps drawings placed near price pairs to the closest. It snaps. Anyway, this is another shoddy work. This should be here, where the candle that broke, not where the wicks. The wicks only wicked, but the body, when it closes above, it breaks. Don't use sexual terms, but when you tap something, you're not, like, imagine you're breaking a coconut and then you just tap it. Yes, you have done some damage, but you haven't broke it. So here, when a body candle close, and I said a candle has these different particular levels. This is the low of a candle, this is the open, this is the close, and this is the high. So when the close, it closes above, not when it wicks, when it closes above. So Peter, note that. Next time, don't do that. Marking levels here. No, this is so wrong. I'm not sure whether you're the one who did that, but I assume you're the one who was working on these charts. That is what I am assuming. So whatever I'm doing now is just cleaning up. I'm getting rid of clutter and inconsistency in the charts. So this is the particular point that it's the backtesting. This it can take up to an hour. Even when you're working on new charts, this can take even up to an hour, bro. And make sure to recognize most of these levels or most of these areas. But when I'm backtesting, I'm doing extra because I don't usually do this. This whatever I'm doing here is extra, and it may take a little bit of our time. When I'm backtesting, I usually consider the low of the two previous nini, and I mark those levels. Two previous and the highs of the two previous. So I won't stash ndani ya nikimark huku. I will just mark these areas. Okay, these are the areas that I'm really concerned about. So I think price was printing all-time high. Let me just look. Yeah, price was printing all-time highs. That was so the only data that could have helped us is the data formed from the lower time frames. So where was I? Was I on the? Yeah, I was on the 4 hour. All right. I'm marking this level accordingly. This tends to eat a lot of our time. Because you're marking from the higher time frames to the lower time frame, and it takes a lot. Takes a lot of energy and resources. But if Peter, you could have done this, but no, that could haven't worked because we just picked a random month here. Sorry for that. My apologies. Oh my days, this takes forever, but these levels are very important. If you don't mark these levels, you cannot apply the strategy. So weird. God, what is this? Anyway, I'll just mark from this level. I'm not gonna be bothering myself marking that. So the same indicator has this thing to represent kitu inakuwa na kazi mingi backtest, and it is the backtesting has a lot of work, and it is the boring work because what am I even doing here? Also the reward, there is no like reward. The reward is very backtesting is like prayers. When you are praying, you don't see anything happening. but it is working. Backtesting is like nursery school or kindergarten school, where you repeated A, B, C, D, or 1, 2, 3 every single day. You repeated that goddamn every single day. For me, I was wondering, what am I even doing? Because one time I remember, like a week or a month, we were just doing that, and I was like, bro, this is already big. But for now, I cannot even forget that. I will never forget that. I will never forget ABCD. No. God forbid something bad happens to me. But anyway, why am I even thinking about that? The same thing goes. This is the boring work, bro. An hour, bro, is about to end, and I have not even started taking trades. And this is the work that Peter is avoiding. And that's why I called him yesterday lazy. This is a lot of work, bro. And now how many time frames are remaining? Bro, like 4 time frames. This is the work that he was avoiding. And I understand. I see you, Peter. And that's why I called you lazy. And if you look at your manuscript, the psychology manuscript that you printed, there's a character trait that is there known as sloth. Be careful, my friend. Be very, very careful. A slothful person or a slothful trader does not want to backtest or journal. And if you need those characters now, and you're now in the beginning level, but wow. Am I even live on YouTube? Let me see. If you need those characters. Yeah, I'm live. This live is for you, Peter. You go back and see the tiresome work that I was doing. Because I like my charts to be clean, I'm just gonna get rid of this. I don't like my charts look dirty. I like organization in my charts. That looks beautiful. I could have needed these levels here from the year to date, but no need, my friend. So I am done with this time frame. I believe I am done with this time frame. The only thing that remains is the supply. Yeah, okay. And then I look. So I don't need to mark this level here, but let me just mark it for the sake. When I'm doing this analysis, I usually don't mark that level, especially if there's a level there up, because I know what price tends to do is it tends to run. When they are layered like this, like close together, it tends to get rid of them. That is what I have seen from my experience. Those are experience things which I don't teach. I cannot be in a position to teach that. Oh, 3 time frames remain. This one has not even been marked. After, I'm just gonna get rid of this. You're gonna do it again. Let me put a very like purple color. Why are there so many? Should not be this many. This takes a lot of work, bro. So there's another thing that I forgot. When I'm marking the lines, I usually tend to mark when from the Q1 to Q3. Okay, this is January. So Q3, when is Q3? Q3 is gonna be the end of March. Okay, I tend to note those areas. So this was January. I think, yeah, that was January. I'll tend to note these levels in the 4 hour, and the end of March, that will be end of Q. Yeah, and this one can be visible on the 4 hour to the lower time frame. So this one I mark it as a Q. I can even add a text. I call it Q1. What does that mean? It means the end of quarter 1. You can have it at the top or at the bottom. So that is the end of Q1. So from here to here is the end of Q1, and then I can take this. So the end of Q2 will be March, April, May. So the end of it will be April, May, June. So I can mark it. It will be here June now. Somewhere around there. This one I'll mark it as Q2. So I like to subdivide my chart like that. Anyway, let me just do whatever I was doing here. This is the work, and it is a lot of work. It is a lot of work. My days, even for me myself, I don't like it, and that's why every single, on the weekends, I tend to mark these levels. So when I come to now to like trading, I'm not putting myself in a position where I'll be marking levels over and over and over again. So I was contemplating yesterday, should I mark these levels, then when we come to the lesson I just show the nini, I show the entries, and I was like, no, let me show Peter the work that he needs to do. So that is what I was contemplating yesterday. I would have marked these levels yesterday, or I could have. I was like, let me show the tedious work that I too must do. Right? I too must do. For I too must do. And I don't enjoy doing it. And that's why I created a tool. Where's the demand here? The demand is this. This is the last bearish candle. After this high was taken out, forming this demand. The work I must do. Oh my days, I don't like this. I created a tool that marks this level. But this is so boring, bro. Do you know, there's a time that I was marking, I'm not sure whether it is AUD or... I almost fell asleep, Bana. Damn. I kid you not, I almost fell asleep. Because you're just lining up areas. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, this now is what I was telling you, Peter. I noted it yesterday. We have like supply here, and I see, like, if you have a supply here, I see you marking it. It was awkward, and I was like, damn. Hope today you will learn. And then you mark this level here again. Basically, this supply, in order for you to be, it had already tested. Some things cannot make sense, but it is, I'm just speaking from experience. Even for me, but there I used to do that thing. And I asked myself, what are you? And for me, there was no teacher who was telling me these things. I had no person telling me that when the order blocks overlap each other, you should recognize the order block. Nobody was there telling me this. I was learning through fire, and sometimes doing things solo. Oh. Trading view has taken away my emotions, man. I hope you prayed, Peter, for this session. Hope you prayed, and if you did not, you can pray as I mark these levels. Pray kimoyomoyo ama so that this session can be good. You may learn something, you may not have interference or any technical difficulties. And if any occur, may there be a solution. I'm still streaming on YouTube, so don't worry. Even if you don't get anything, you'll be in a position to get anything. So look at this. Oh God, I feel so tired. I look to the left, so I'll just mark up to this particular level here. I'm not be concerned with that. Or I can mark up to this level here. Let's go deeper, 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 deeper. Let's go deeper, 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 deeper. So you have noticed that I wanted to mark this level here, but I couldn't mark this level because I noted there was a older level here. Yeah. Let's go deeper, 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 deeper. Let's go deeper, 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 deeper. And one thing that you need to note is when you're marking a demand, the green level is at the top, okay? I don't like to mark these large demands, but lisilo na budi hubidi. Wakati mwingine walivyosema lisilo na budi, so this is the major one. Here we have like 3 demands. One is this 2, this small 3. But this is the major one because most of them tapped into this one, so not consider this one or this one here. I think I'm done with marking the demands. You can only mark this demand here. Maybe the last one. Before price broke into that. After that, I'm gonna consider marking now the supply. Peter, are you learning something?
Yeah.
Yeah, hope you can see why I called you lazy. I know this is a lot of work. But I mean almost there. And you know it is paramount. So you know why it is paramount to mark these levels.
Yeah.
Because price may come and interact with them. And from those levels, this is where the strategy tends to work. For me, I can trade without the strategy, the 3 count rule. But why should I do that when I have a very clear rule-based system that tells me when to enter and when to exit? At this particular level, here it is tricky. We have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 supplies. So I did not mark this one because it is closer to the other one. So let me mark this one. Why? Because price reacted to it. And I did not mark this one because if I compare this supply here and this supply, which is older, this one at the far back. This one was formed first and this one was formed. Comparing the two. this is good. I can mark this one. Though they are layered, it is okay. Because I'm also considering this distance, this particular distance. So these are just experience things. Yes, it's just a lot of supplies here, and what I see is price will get rid of them. What does what price? When they are layered like this, price tends to just come in and get rid of them. Oh, we are now at the last time frame that we are marking. Oh my days, this is a lot of effort. It is a lot, and I say again, it is a lot of effort. Merry Christmas. So this one I'm just gonna start here on this particular level where I've marked my horizontal line. Just gonna clone that. What do I do today on such an occasion? Leo nafanyanga nini baby? I'm trying to think what I could have been doing. I'm mostly an introvert. Don't go out a lot. I think I'll be eating. I'm scrolling over the YouTube. What time is it? Damn. 5:12. 1 hour of doing this, bro. Damn. This is a lot of work. It takes a lot of work for a person to do this. Half it is so boring. Boring sound. Very boring. What am I even doing? So boring. Hope Peter you have a mouse kwa ajili hii huwezi fanya bila mouse. It will be impossible. Oh, I'm backtesting for the next 4 hours. The thumbnail that I'm using on YouTube, I just created it on Nano Banana on Google. Damn. Nano Banana on YouTube. On Google, I mean. Created the thumbnail. I've been doing YouTube for a minute, and that is such an improvement. I was looking for a thumbnail and I was like, here is a backtesting thumbnail for you. Damn, you're living the end times, but whatever is happening, nobody is using Photoshop. Crazy. if you're paying attention, the one thing that you will notice is when I'm marking my demands, I start from the bottom as I work my way up. But when I'm marking my supplies, my supply levels, I start from the tippity top as I work my way down. And this thing you can take note of that. Shibbity shibbity shabba. Oof, that music. Which music is that? The best backtesting tool for my strategy is TradingView. But other tools, bro, they're gonna hinder you. Oh, I remember the song. Oh, the song that I'm humming into. Oh, that guy is. I was like, where did I hear this song from? Thank you, neurocells, or the brain cells, for remembering that. And also thank you, God, for that also. Giving me the ability to remember that. I'm just gonna play that song, man. It is a very good song. I think it is not released yet. I like watching that guy. Such a Chinese guy, very good. I don't like marking them like this, but anyway, I'm just gonna mark them. Yeah, I don't like marking them like this. They are so layered together. But I'm just gonna mark them for demonstration purposes, because if I don't mark them, I'm trying to teach experience, which is so hard to teach. you're marking supplies, make sure the red part is at the bottom. That's the rule. And with that final supply, I can say that I am done with marking these levels. Oh my days, that feels so good. That feels so amazing. I feel so happy. Adrenaline has been released from my body. I feel so happy. I've been rewarded. My brain has been rewarded after I finished that. Anyway, that's how I mark my levels. Oh, I'm going to go back now. The very first step was price action. That was type 1. I look at the price action as it is. I zoom in. When I'm looking at the price action, I zoom in from I start from the monthly, I zoom in weekly, daily, and then I end at the 4-hour as I look at the price action. That's when the charts are naked. That's the very first step. The second step is I draw these horizontal rays which show me the draw in liquidity, where prices get drawn to, and I mark them from the monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour and the 1-hour. After that, I pull up the indicator and I mark these levels. After I've done that, we go to the next step. The next step is now applying the strategy. What the control does. It has taken us 1 hour, almost 30 minutes doing that tedious work, and now I start. This is another process, but at least this one I know what I am doing. Sorry, Peter, I'm not using the labels meaning. Mr. Kwana tumia labels, okay? Apologies. I'll use something that I am used to.
It's okay, it's okay.
So here I'm seeing 3 control upend. The price from taking this high. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Shida ni makubwa kubwa. I love to open my charts to copy them and paste them here directly. Oh, it is taking its time to open this one, to load. There we go. This one is at least a small one. So you know what green means. I'm not going to go back to that. Okay, with 1, with 2, enter the flip. And this is green because it shows 3 control, or you call it what? E1. I usually don't call that in my mind, but when you are learning, I guess you call them that. So we saw this one was activated and it played out. Also I can denote some levels here also. And where is that? Here it is. Here it is. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, from this, there was also a E1 from this, the break of this. 1, 2, 3. But this was not taken. The reason why, price closed back inside this, and after that it did that. What do we do? It activated what? Orange entry. This one was gray. The reason being the distance from the entry to that level there. Okay, I go now to the weekly, and now the weekly is looking very, 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 very. So, and then these levels, they only needed to be shown on their level. This one I want it to be visible on the daily, and not on the daily, but on the weekly. Oh, this one has decided to go down to grab some of the liquidity, but yeah. I'm going to get rid of this, man. Don't use that. So right now I'm not speaking so much because I'm working with my brain now. Okay, Peter? I'm working with my brain. I'm recalling my brain. I'm just working with my brain now. And it is your work to see what I am doing. So when I mark a level, you just go, you just, so when I mark that level there, when I mark it, you just go back 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you see which setup was that. This was E2. Sindio? Are we together? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Niko hapa.
Yeah. Hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I will not be speaking much because what I'm marking is kwa brain yangu. So I'm recording what is in my brain. So this is the retest that you are asking me about. So if price comes back here, I'm willing to take this retest. This is a beautiful retest for me to take. This is a good retest. Why is it a good retest? Is because this was an invalid orange entry. The reason was why was it invalid? It is because we are tapping into this supply here. True or not true? And the reason why we tapped into this supply, this was the handle. So when price broke it, so what are we anticipating? Anticipating something like that. Because that is the direction that it chose. The reason why this one was invalid is because price closed back. And we know about entry 2, when it has formed, we need to do what? We need to wait for price to come and does not close inside this level, and then we activate it there for us to take our short position from that particular level. That is what you know. But when it was pushing higher to grab some of that liquidity, what happened? It closed back. So this one became invalid setup. Activating what? Orange. Basically this candle closing inside or breaking above is the one that mitigated that anyway. Now going to the daily. In which time frame? Should not be visible on one time. Invisible on one time. This is now another work of marking this in each time frame, marking the strategy. This strategy is so, it requires a lot of patience, bro. If you lack patience, that's how to trade this strategy. Whatever we have been doing for the past 2 hours, huh? Whatever we have been doing for the past 2 hours, bro, is just marking, bro. That's the patience about this strategy. Not patient, going to be rudely disappointed, very disappointed. Sikia kama nimechoka bana. From this supply, we activated a 3 count rule. So Peter, when I say we activated a 3 count rule, what I mean is we either E1, E2, E3, E4, E5 or E6 setup happened, okay? Yo, umelala ama? Yo. Hello? Yo. Yo, Peter. Unmute yourself. Hello. Hello, Peter.
Yo, is your mic still on? Ama umezima?
I've called you over like 10 times, bro. You're not. Huku umeenda wapi?
Yo,
Yo. 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 Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
All right. I'm marking these levels. Anyway, I'm not sure even what I was telling you. So this is pink. The reason being, this one is gray. Oh, this is red. This was a good setup here. We could have aimed for this low on the 4 hour, but remember what I was telling you the other day? When I mark with these colors, it shows that the setup is good, you can take it, but we don't have a clear stop loss. But when I introduced now the line, it is like now I can grade this setup between A, B, C, or a D setup. Yeah, basically that is what I'm trying to say. So we're almost starting to trade sessions. We have like now 2 hours, okay? So this also was a good setup here. The 1 hour. This was a good setup there. It was a good setup, but not a clean one. But it was, either way, it was a setup. From this broken demand, or we had the setup, we had also a setup there. You see that green from this 3 count rule setup. Okay, we turn to enter the flip. This was a clean buy setup there. Hope it is not clear, but I believe you can see it. I don't have any color that could show that from this okay, or 1 2 3. Hope you can see that. I'm not sure which is this, E3 or E what. Yeah, I guess this is E3. What else can I mark here? Can take note of 1 2 3. Can take note of that invalid setup there. Invalid E2. Price came into this, we started E2, okay, return E2, enter the flip. Alright, now I got the, I'm only marking what is around here. I'm not really concerned with what was happening there. Now on the 30 minutes, I take note of this setup. So we have the same thing, but this price closed back inside E3. This is a 3 control E3, but price closed back inside it, so it was invalidated. Oh my days, my internet is on. My internet starting to do its thing. Oh, my internet is good. So from this 1 2 3, okay, we have this invalidated. From this supply we had E2 out of 3 control setup, 1 2 3. Then we had orange setup, but this one was not a confirmed one. That's why I'm marking with these colors. A confirmed one, we have areas where we have some areas where we can enter the setup. Basically hii sana sana mtu anafanya na akili, like it is more of a mind thing. For me, I'm doing it like so. Here from this supply I can see there was a good setup. Now this is a clean setup here. See this one? This here is a clean setup. This here is a clean setup. From this supply here, okay? Or you can say this was a retest from this area. And this is how retests work, because that is the question that you had yesterday. So what was happening in order for us to get that retest? So what happened? Price was pushing lower, and then we came out into this demand. When we came into this demand, we started pushing higher, and we started to have a 3-count rule being established, and we saw 1, 2, 3, 4, but we couldn't take this setup because it was inside this, it was mitigated. In short, you understand what I'm saying. And then this was a orange, invalid orange sell, because we couldn't sell because of this. Hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Hope you understand. If this question, you just write it down somewhere. And then when price was pushing from this supply here lower, what do we see? We see 1, 2, 3, but this was invalidated. Okay, so that was invalidated, and now we have now basically an orange entry occurs after an invalidated blue or purple. That is what I made it clear. Basically here we had two setup. We have this first setup and this second other setup. A retest of orange and a retest of a retest of an NE. Hope you can see them. So what happened? Price broke them. It broke this, what was hindering us from taking these sell setups. And when we broke, what are we expecting? We're anticipating for price to come back. And that is what happened. And I believe this week I took one of this setup. I think it was on Thursday. I'm not sure. So this is textbook. It has occurred as a textbook. So you can have your stop loss there or your stop loss there. To be safe, you have your stop loss there. What do you aim? You aim for a 1-to-1. 1-to-1 is a good aim. Or you can be nuts and aim to the next opposing or B. Anyway, this is where a retest occurred. Hope this retest is making sense. If it does not make sense, I'm not sure how well I can explain it to you. So here, even here, we are having some sort of a retest. You see, price may come and retest this, but this one I'm not willing to take it. The reason why I'm not willing to take it is because now this is experience. For me, I would love to see it be triggered here, but I will just see from the NINI. We haven't started our replay. When we start our replay, we're going to see all those things. Oh, there's something that I'm doing here that is not good. So you see this, they need to be visible on their time frames. visibility should only be on the 30 minutes. Should only be visible on one time frame where the setup occurred. So these other time frames, it is irrelevant, because now it will start adding a lot of makeup to our charts. So I need this one to be visible on the 15. Okay, hope you understand what I'm trying to say. You should not have this clutter. This one should be only be visible on the 15. When you have them, it makes your chart looks bad. What am I even marking? This one was supposed to be visible on the 30. From this demand, we have recontrol happening, or what you call E2. 1, 2, 3. This was a good setup here. This was even a clean setup, not just a good setup, it was a clean setup.
How many tips the person will be?
You see? 1,000. For me, I've reached a point where I don't even, I can see it from a mile away. Imagine having a daughter or a son. You will notice them from a mile away. But I'm still marking, but I haven't even started. But this is very paramount. Marking previously what was happening is very, very important. So there was this setup here. See this setup? Oh, what a clean setup, bro. This was textbook. We tested the supply, okay? We activated a 3 control. For you, you call this E2. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what happened? We have to wait for price to push up. And when it pushed up, what do we wait for? For no candle to close inside here. And then, oh, this was marvelous. This was such a marvelous trade, bro. This was, oh. You can even have your stop loss there. And even if you use the stop loss that I usually tell you, the 1,000 one, for a one-to-one. Entry price, yeah, you see this is now a plus setup. Oof, bro, look at that setup. There's a buffer. It did what we needed to do. There's no opposing OB at that clean traffic, bro. It is this A plus setup. Hizi ndo zinaomoshanga mtu. These setups, they make you rich. Instead even aiming for the one-to-one, you aim for even for a one-to-two. They are very crazy setups, these ones. Hizi ndo zinaomoshanga. But before you find this, they are very rare. They are like diamond in Minecraft. Do you know the game known as Minecraft? But the guy has disappeared again. Hello? Do you know the game known as Minecraft?
Yeah.
So you see how rare it is to find diamonds?
Yeah.
Same thing here. But when you get them and you've been backtesting and doing your work, oh bro, wewe unaomoka kuomoka.
Lakini at the A plus setups guaranteed to give big results.
Yeah, they are. But they won't if you identifying them becomes such an need. You need to have backtested plenty of data, bro. Because unaona hii setup, most of the time you'll be catching them one-to-one, 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 one-to-one. Most of the time, if not all of the time. But it will reach a point where you'll be like, I've seen these setups again somewhere. And instead of it pushing one-to-one, it pushed one-to-two. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's why I'm calling upon you to backtest, as if your life depends on it. So backtesting, I'll put it like this. There are short stories I was being told as I was growing up. And in this short story, I was told about this guy who craved to live. It is an African story. He wanted to live like kuishi miaka mingi. And he prayed upon the gods, and the gods were like, okay, we are gonna grant this guy his wish. And they sent someone and they told him, do you want to live for many, many years? Yes, that is what I've been praying. Okay. Here is what you're going to do. Okay, tell me, what am I going to do? He was told, you see this banana? Unajua mgomba ya ndizi? Unajua? So he was told, hii mgomba ya ndizi, every single day you'll be eating like sijui ni 2 ama ni 3 ama I'm not sure. whatever number you was given, and after you finish, every single day you must eat these bananas. All right, and you must not fail eating even one day. And after those bananas are finished, they will just grow again. I'm not sure how they will grow, don't ask me. They'll just come back again. And this guy was so excited. So you want to tell me that the only thing that I need to do is just eat these bananas? Yes. And that's the end of our story. So you want to tell me, for me to be profitable in this strategy, the only thing that I need to do is backtest? Yes. You need to backtest as if your life depends on it, and we are done backtesting. So the next step is now marking those levels, those two to Nini, based upon the 3-count rule strategy. Yeah. So you want to tell me I want to be profitable, and I'll have everything that I will ever want. Yeah. Backtest, my friend. Anyway, after I finish that, I come back again. I look at these charts with a fresh eye, with my levels marked. This strategy haikuangi rahisi by the way. It was one of the most time-consuming strategies, especially when you are starting it out. We are remaining with 2 hours until now we start our backtesting. Now I look, I see. Now I'm not marking anything, I'm just, oh God. I see where mistakes happened. Like hapa naona hii kitu imekuwa shown in different time frames, narekebisha vitu kama hizo. Make sure nimerekebisha. Narekebisha makosa. Narekebisha nini? Narekebisha makosa. Wow. I'll go back again. Hizi nazo zimetoka wapi bro? 30 minutes. Hey, finally. After nimerekebisha makosa naanza tena. Oh my days. Now iko wapi? Ilikuwa on the daily, so it should be only be visible on the daily. How was it on the weekly? Let me look at it. No, sure it was supposed to be visible on the weekly. I like my charts when they are clean. So I can note here on the 4. Here we had a very clean setup here from a 3 control for. Oh, this was textbook banner. Can you see that? Hello. Mimi naona wewe ushaanza kulala bana. I told you to prepare yourself today. 4 hours. You see this setup? This was diabolical. This was sensational. It was out of this world. And this one was how many pips banner profit? Only 2,000. Market was not that volatile. Anyway, after I've marked, and now come back to the 3 minutes. Here on the 3 minutes is now when I am trading. So for me, I only trade 2 sessions, the Asian session and the London session. So I will mark the previous Friday, the session, Asian session. So let me do this. When was it? Tokyo from 8 to 11 ama ni saa ngapi? Ndio hii hapa. Tokyo from 8 basically that is when the market will open for them. So this one I can use the color what? Color, I can use black. And this one I want it to be visible from the 1 hour, 1 minute to the 15 minutes. Then I can clone that. And when normalizanga saa ngapi session? When does this session comes to an end? And now switch to Nairobi. It is 2 to 6. Yeah. So this one will be this one can be dashed and that. But now when I start trading now, yeah, Monday from 2, and now I can mark from the blue line 2 to what? To 6. And this one will be 9. So it is perfectly lined up. Okay, so this one will show me the previous week penye ilishianga. This one is in black. After this one will show me when I'll be starting. And now the next thing I'll be marking is the what? The next session that I'll be trading, which will be New York. So New York saa 2. from 8 to around, I'm not sure, is it 8 to what? I think it is 8 to that particular time. So let me now switch to my time, to say plus 3. Yeah, it will be up to 18. Those are the hours that I trade. Basically it is the morning session. In the New York time. That is like 3 hours. Mimi sikaangi hapa kutrade hadi. Yeah, this is like the morning session. Yes, I can trade it to 12, but I'm like, no need bana. For my case, I say no need. So ikifika 18:45, we'll take a break. Okay?
Yeah.
Ikifika 6:45, tutatake a break up to 7. And then we come back, we finish up. Are we together?
Yeah.
So that's how now we start. Okay? Now I start backtesting now. And I have my journal here ready. I have my journal here ready. So which month are we backtesting? The 3rd month. I will mark the whatever things that are needed. And now we start. Now when I come now backtesting, now I start. So basically I tend to look at from the daily now. I analyze from the daily. I see where the drawing liquidity is at. So price is basically here, it is at the equilibrium. It is basically at the equilibrium. If Fibonacci yako ijatestiwa, ijasetiwa, but anyway, don't worry. It is at the equilibrium there. I look at the 4 hour where the drawing liquidity is, the 1 hour. I see what price has been doing. So for now, what am I waiting for? I'll start now playing. Oh shoot. Look at that. In ile opening. So unajua venye ina opening on Monday. And what did I tell you? When they are laid like this, wejua tu price kuna venye inatakana tu kuondoa hizo vitu. So this is the opening Monday. So I do what? But I usually don't trade the very first hour. No, the very first hour of the nini. The very first hour of the market open at trading hiyo. Hii ni saa zile kuna nini time zone. The time zones do something. Trading mimi the first hour. Because hiyo inakuanga na a lot of fake outs. Yeah, 3 hours ndio. I trade from the after the nini, yeah. That is my Asian. Okay, now it is good. So let's play it. So I'll start trading from this particular level. Exactly, this happened when nitaanza kutrade. I usually start trading from that particular point. So I've already started trading. Peter.
Yeah.
I've already started, even though Mr. wanna trade. So I'm not talking because I believe you know what I'm doing. This was from 1, 2, 3, 4 from this. So this one up to some of the green setup occurred. So I'm looking at other time frames. To tap at this particular level. So up at, I can say price is maybe reacting to this price here. But it is a highly unlikely because this is not a clear setup. For me, it is not a clear setup. This is not a clear retest setup. Are we together? For me, this is not a clear retest setup. The reason being, it is formed from the supply that nilifanya nini ilisababisha hiyo nini form hiyo. Like if it could have been from this, either this candle or this candle, it would be good. But when it is from this level, for me, I usually ignore those setups. Also this one, I ignore this one. So none of this should be a retest.
Yeah.
But I ignore it because it is formed from the nini, from this level. So this is experience that I'm sharing with you. Usually ignore that. Now we are having a supply here being formed. So before that, we are having the supply being formed here. And if I can take note, I can take note of this. So I can take note of a setup here. There's a setup here by the way, an orange cell entry. This was a plain setup here, but for me that was not my time of trading. So yeah, so I now go back to the 1 hour. I adjust this accordingly. Hii lazima nifanye the far previous candle here. I can say this was a setup by the. This was it looks like a good setup but for me, I usually don't take such setups, but because you're backtesting, it will not hurt you. What is happening? Can say I took that setup, okay, and then you journal. Asian session, what time was it? It was 3 p.m. okay. Asian gold, that was a sell. So this was a orange sell, and it was not a retest, it was an orange. So this for me, this is a B setup. Time frame used 3 minutes, risk reward 1-to-1, and yeah, so that it is. So when was the date? The date was on 3rd March. That match was on a Monday, 3 a.m. and then now I play. Okay, akuwa na volume this whole session bana. TP hit, so unaona? So TP was it. Unaweza sema hapo TP, unasema plus, unasema 100 points plus, unaona, pips 100 nini whatever, so unaona. Are we together up to that particular point?
Yeah.
So that was a trade there. So we fast forward up to tufike huku. Tufike huku kwa nini? Kwa New York. Ukweli ama si ukweli?
Kweli.
Kwa ajili hiyo ndo session. Mi trading in London. I don't usually trade London.
Why?
gold doesn't play out vizuri kwa London for me, but it can play out vizuri. I can use this one. Okay, tumeshafika London. Now we are almost there at London. Okay, so mimi nimeamka fresh. I'm waking up afresh, so I come back now. I do the analysis again. What now am I marking? I'm marking the previous highs and low, and I'm seeing from this supplier a 3 control is being established with 1, 2, 3. So here we try to do a 3 count, an E1, but it failed. Okay, from this level here, so no 1, 2, 3, 4, it closed back, but from this starting up in anza to form another E1. Are we together? Hope we are together. So on the 1 hour now, I come to the 1 hour. I mark the previous 1 hour high and the previous 1 hour low. Also remember when I was telling you about this line, I've remembered something. I can mark a line hapa katikati to show me when we have moved from 15 to another 1 hour. This can be, I told you this can be dotted, and I told you this can be orange and then dotted like that. Now this one, this can also only be visible on the 3 minutes. It shows me when to move to another hour, and then before I come to this session, I mark these levels. Hii time akupanga na volatility ama nini? I guess volatility ilikuwa just taking its time. So from this I can take note of what? What can I take note of? I can take note from 1, 2, 3. I can take note from that level. This is what was happening. What else can I take note of? I can take note of I can take note of that. The reason why it is yellow here is because you're tapping inside this supply here. I can also mark this demand here, but I will wait for the break of this supply if it will happen. Now I start pushing, and my session is about to begin. I look at what is happening on the higher time frame. I take note of the levels also. From here I see Did price really come back inside the supply or it wicked inside? Hapa ni kama ili weak, si ndio? So but from this high I can see setup is being established. That is a yellow one. Before my session starts, I must make sure I'm seeing correctly what is happening on the higher on other time frames. Okay. From there's like a supplier here, and then this week did its thing. It broke it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Also, I can take note of this. When price came into this supply, we did essentially 1, 2, 3. We did some acrobatics. The reason why this is a valid setup is because what we need to do is to wait for the price to push up. But again, kuna hii supply hapa, so this supply is, so kama unaiona, this supply here is hindering us from this setup being clean. So this is experience. So in London ungechukua hii setup. No, not in London. I see it is not in London. Anyway, let's now continue. Okay, we push. Price has broken this supply. And now I can draw this. I can also take note of this. So I can take note of this supply here, this demand here. I'm not sure if they can see it. Basically, price came into it, but we couldn't take any setup because of this hindrance. So a good setup here could have been if I were looking for a setup, I'll wait for price to come inside to retest this. But this is not a good retest, because if I draw it clearly, this is not a good retest. The reason why I'm saying it's not a good retest is because, as you can see, what is happening, kuna hii demand that is interfering us here. I'm not sure whether you can see that. Okay, can you see that? There's like this demand, it is forming inside this demand, and this is it is very tricky. We need, like, kama kungekuwa na demand and it will be a clean one, we could wait for price to do what? Just come back and we execute that buy. But now we have this demand here, and that's why I'm saying this setup for me is not a clean one. Not unless price ikuja hadi hapa kwa hii level here. Okay, this one looks promising because it is out. No, even this one is not good. The reason why it is formed from the nini, as the nini is being formed. I'm not sure whether you can see that. It is on the yani kwa hapo at the high. Sijui kama unanielewa. Yeah, it is not clean. Like it is holding a demand. In short, that is what I'm trying to say. So let's push. We see whether we can get a setup either from this supply or from this demand here. So because now we see price is targeting what? Is targeting this level here. So let's play out and see what is price doing. Alafu sasa unaona sasa ufai saa kuwa unarudi huku nyuma. Kwa you trust what you did, ile hard work yenye unafanya. You trust whatever you marked here, it is correct. Sijui kama unanipata? Unanipata? Okay, let's finish up this session and then we go for a break. I see it is already 6:45. You see, it has played out. Imekujia hii level, but I don't like those trades. They are very, very risky. Do you know why they are risky? The reason why they are risky is because sunaona imeingia ndani ika close. It has already closed this setup. Meaning another 3 count rule inaanza. And which is the 3 count rule is the E2. Inaanza hapa. So it is like you're using old information to do a new information. Like they are very tricky, and that's why I'm like, just get rid of them. Don't use them. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna use them. Those types of retests, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna use them. But if they are clean, I'm gonna use them. We see 1, 2, 3, and here we have still this one is invalid. 1, 2, 3. You know why? Because we have this supply at the up. So now hapa tuko in nice supply, and then I see tumefikia the 1 hour mark, and then I now come back here to mark this level. I see whether if there's a setup that is happening on the higher time frames or adjusted time frames in this market. I will not stationary to mark this demand here because we are having the supply over here, and this supply here is a pink one. It has not been tested before. Look at the 30 minutes. So price is like wanting to break this first before we see any type of movement that will occur. So I will keep that in noting that down. I go to the 1 hour. What is happening to the 1 hour? 1 hour basically is we are having a 3 count rule from this particular supply. You can see that. Hope you can see that. But basically what I'm saying is we are it is forming inside this level. Hope you can see whatever I'm doing that is correct. So we are having the 1 hour coming to an end. So I'll just adjust those levels there. And before is it closed? Inafunga saa ngapi? I don't think bado ija close bado. I think to be closing in the next few minutes. Let's continue. Note down that up equals 0.1, and when I'm moving, I am moving like this. You see now what has happened. Kama ungechukua trade like where it is experience, hizi vitu utazifanya sana ndo ujue nini inaendelea. Okay, that is beautiful. we're having the break of this and also the break of also this one. Break of both of these, and as they are breaking, we are forming what? We are forming this. Also, because this is New York session, I'll keep note of the daily candle, and they say the daily candle is being drawn into towards this. The draw in liquidity is towards this high, because you cannot compare to where it is now. But I can also confirm that when this candle opened, there was no bottom wick. So this price may want to push down to form a bottom wick before it starts pushing higher. Anyway, those whatever I'm saying there is experience talking, so don't worry about it. So we see price is getting rejected from this demand here, or this supply here, and we're seeing 3 control happening. Okay, on the 30 minutes, I see what is happening in 30 minutes. On the 30 minutes, I can take note of this demand here, because price is experiencing a sharp rejection from this area. Price may want to come into this area to form some sort of liquidity, also some sort of strength in order to continue pushing higher, but I don't know. But this rejection is clearly telling me that there are sellers here, and this one is telling me there are buyers here. So we're having the break of this supply here, which is evidently trying to tell us that we may have a formation of a first entry break setup, which is a 3 count rule setup. That is not a 3 count rule setup. A 3 count rule setup is when we are counting, but first entry break is when things are just happening. Anyway, let's observe this market as what is happening. But for me, I'm seeing that if price is not clean, a retest of price coming into this area is not a clean one to push this market toward the downside. So even if the market pushes up, yeah, you can take it. This for me, I can take it, but it is so risky. But anyway, I'm not gonna take it. But if you want to, you just go ahead and take it. Oh, you see, price came inside that supply. You can see that. All right. Whatever I'm doing very fast. So from this demand here, a 3 control was established. I'm not sure whether you're seeing what I'm doing. So what did it tap? So where did price tap? So price did not even break this. So this demand held for a little bit. And look at the 30 minutes. Okay, I see. I can take note over the 1 hour also. Okay, that is good. So even though, by the way, I trade in real time, I look if there is 3 control being established from higher time frames. Okay, not only the 3 minutes. Are we together? And that's why you're seeing myself shifting over different candles. So now that brings the aspect of intraday trader. I'm only working between the daily to what? There. And I'm only working trading only sessions. So let's continue and see what is happening. Okay, I'm seeing here after the invalid after invalid setup here, I see price was trying to create something here as we tapped inside this. So this one also. From this, these are 3 control setup being established to sell. You see also there's a market come in a consolidate 1, 2, 3. Kwani siku kulikuwa na news bana? Hope you see what I'm doing bana. Hope you're understanding what I'm doing. This is pure consolidation, bro. So we have the break. But do we have a setup? I don't think so. I don't think we have a setup. So I'll go over to the 15 minutes. I see also on the 15 minutes the price was trying to establish some sort of 3 count rule. After we broke this demand here. So finally prices have decided to break this demand here. And this has changed finally. So we never tapped this supply here. So this has, but as I'm looking at this setup, I'm seeing what I'm seeing is this. I'm seeing this price is doing this. High highs, high lows. So this price is like it's trying to start its bullish momentum. But anyway, we are having this area. This is the area of market structure shift. So if this area is the one that will be taken out, you can say we had a break of structure from this particular level here, or price action. So price action is telling me we had some sort of price being taken care of. So once price broke here, I'm seeing that. Anyway, basically this session sidhanika kutakuwa na trade. Maybe a trade will arise during the afternoon session, because as you can see we are almost done. Okay, my trading time is almost done. I only trade the morning session of this session. Okay, I hope that is clear. What are you saying?
There's another block from the time frame you have come from, which is not aligned.
On the 1 hour? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nimeguza venye nilikuwa na move vitu hapa. Anyway, let's see what is happening. So we have the break of this. Also, I'm not sure, but anyway, 1 2 3 surprise me. Now these are good. It's not bad. It's not a bad setup here. This can be a good retest here. As price is targeting what? The supply here. But it is not really that good. And it is not that clean. It is not that clean. Maybe you can say this is a little bit cleaner. Yeah, this level is a little bit cleaner. It's a little bit cleaner for a retest. This level imetoka kutokana na hii. From this area. 1 2 3 4. 3 countable from that area. So these are, it is a good setup, but it's not that clean. But this is just backtesting, bro. So let's see what price may do. Yeah, we have tapped. No. So let's see kama itakuwa stop loss ama take profit. So setups like this one that run after my nini has been, I usually now manage risk. So what do I in live scenarios, I don't take these setups. When I see a setup is occurring, my days, what have I done? So when I'm doing live scenarios, so what I'm saying is when I'm doing live scenarios and I see a setup such as this, okay, I don't take it because it is beyond my trading hours. Hope I'm making sense. A setup like this occurs, okay? But I have a rule at the back of my mind. If such a setup like this occurs and it is like 15 minutes before the markets, before I leave my charts, I don't take these setups. So I'm just gonna take this setup just because, but I don't take. This is a rule for me. It is engraved in the back of my mind. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah, it plays out very good. This is a retest. But I don't take these setups, by the way. This nazichoreanga vibaya sana. So we finished one day of March. But this is a good setup, so I can add it there. So the same day I secured how many? This setup was triggered 17:45. When it was during New York, it was a buy setup. It was a from invalid blue, a buy retest. Unaona? And then it was a a retest setup. This was a, for me, I'll call it a C setup. The reason why it is not a B setup is because it is not during my trading hours. Are we together? Yeah, my trading hours have already passed, so alafu I'm not sure about this time. Unaona hii time, I am not entirely sure. During March, yeah, if I'm correct, during March, the session usually starts at upper. Unaona upper? 1 hour. Kwa jinsi umeona huku tumesongesha mbele. Yeah. Alafu inaisha hapa 19. So basically this was within my trading hours. What I've just done, nimeongeza hours. Kwa the way venye imeanza, it started at 2 o'clock. Na mimi najuanga hivi. When the market have started, the moment the market have started, that 1 hour, I don't trade that 1 hour. That is what I know at the back of my mind. Afu sinaona hapa venye hakuna volume. Volume inaanza kukuja hapa around 5 o'clock. And it is correct. So this is, for me, this here for me is a B setup by the way. Executed from a 3-minute time frame, the setup and the entry. So the setup, so what do I mean? The setup is this one, okay? A retest of an invalid blue setup. That is the setup. So that was the setup, and we found that setup from the 3 minutes. So which time frame did you use to enter that setup? The 3 minute also. Are we together? Yeah. So if a setup occurs on the 15 minutes, I can use, say, the setup occurred on the 15 minutes, but I use the 3 minutes to enter. Or a setup occurred on, and unaona nashinda kila saa nikiangalia hizi nini, because there can be a setup on these higher time frames, but the entry, where does the entry occur? I execute on the 3 minutes. Hope I am making sense. Yeah, I think sasa hapa New York inaanza around 4 o'clock. Yeah, I believe that around 4 o'clock. This is during winter. March is during winter na hiyo time wanakuanga wamefanya daylight savings. Okay, now I am done. Now I can move this and see what was happening. That's where my session ends. So we'll take a break of 15 minutes and then we'll be back, okay? So if you have any questions, write them down. All those things, if you have those questions. But don't worry. I think yeah, my mic is on my nini. So we take a break and I'll see you back in the next 15 minutes. So we can see you then, man. Okay?
Yeah.
agency presents the trading as free. Is anyone else self-employed here? A K-pop idol with hit singles sat on a variety show and gave the number for what his first 3 years had paid him, about $450. Joe Kwon trained for 8 years before debuting with the four-member group 2 AM in 2008, and his group was a JYP entertainment act with real hit singles. On that show, he said his settlement for 3 years of work, once production and event costs were removed, came to $200,000 won, roughly $450. His group was earning real money the whole time. None of it was reaching him. This happened through a standard contract used across the industry. Trainees signed development contracts as young as 12 or 12 and training 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The agency presents the training as free and records it as an investment. YG Entertainment puts the cost at least $100 million won per trainee, and JYP, Joe Kwon's own agency, reported spending $1.2 billion won on new artist development in its 2020 report. The standard training contract published by Korea's Culture Ministry says the agency bears all training costs in principle. Debut triggers a second contract, and at that point, the agency may deduct the accumulated training costs from the artist's revenue. That is why most new idols see no money for 1 to 2 years. If a trainee quits, the contract presumes the damages owed equal exactly those training costs. One trainee had been picked for the debut lineup of the group G-Friend if she ran for the company before the group debuted. She paid about $12 million won in penalties, roughly $9,000, and word of her escape reached other agencies, which then closed to her. Only the trainees who wash out before signing owe nothing, because the company cannot bill someone it cannot yet sell. Joe Kwon was the success story the system holds up as the reward, and his contract did exactly what it was written to do. 8 years of training, 3 years of hit singles, and $150 left over. Every trainee still signing at 11 or 12 is signing that same contract. A K-pop idol with hit singles sat on a variety show and gave the number for what his first 3 years had paid him, about $150. Joe won trained for 8 years before debuting with the 4-member group 2 AM 2008, and his group was a JYP entertainment act with real hit singles. On that show, he said his settlement for 3 years of work, once production and event costs were removed, came to 200,001, roughly $450. His group was earning real money the whole time. None of it was reaching them. This happened through a standard contract used across the industry. Trainees signed development contracts as young as 11 or 12 and train up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The agency presents the training as free and records it as an investment. YG Entertainment puts the cost at least 100 million won per trainee, and JYP, Joe Kwan's own agency, reported spending 1.2 billion won on new artist development in its 2020 report. The standard training contract published by Korea's Culture Ministry says the agency bears all training costs in principle. Debut triggers a second contract, and at that point, the agency may deduct the accumulated training costs from the artist's revenue. That is why most new idols see no money for 1 or 2 years. If a trainee quits, the contract presumes the damages owed equal exactly those training costs. One trainee had been picked for the debut lineup of the group G-Friend, and she ran for the company before the group debuted. She paid about Is anyone else self-employed here? Okay, you are? Well, what do you do? Music, oh nice. What kind of music?
Have you ever looked out a plane window and wondered, what if I could just and lay out a fluffy cloud? For that to work, the cloud would need to be about as dense as you are, and you're about as dense as water. So the cloud would need to be basically a lake floating in the sky. And Earth's air is about 800 times too light to hold that up. So let's make it right here, 50 times heavier. And now it's like Venus. Nope, still too thin.
Alright. Yo, we back, man, we back. Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Yo. Can you hear me? Hello. Yeah, I'm saying we're back. We're back. Are you back?
Yeah, I think it takes longer than
Oh, I said 30 minutes on the Discord.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh yeah, I said 15 minutes earlier on, and then I changed it back to 30 minutes because I had to refuel myself. I was running out of fuel.
I was still on the live after 20 minutes.
Oh really? I thought you disconnected earlier on.
No, nearly realized I was live after 20 minutes.
All right, no problem. Okay, we are back. Let me see on YouTube whether I'm back.
Are we still live on YouTube?
Yeah, still live on YouTube. I am monitoring it from my phone. Let me see. Let me confirm whether it is still. Yeah, on YouTube we're back. We're back on YouTube. So yeah, we are back now. I'm done with the very first day of this month, and as I go back on my journal, I see we are having how many weeks. This is the first day is done. This is the second, the third, and the fourth week. So we are having 4 weeks of March to trade. All right. So we have done with the but as you can see, what took a lot of time, or what took plenty of our time, was not the finding the setups. No. What took our time was the 2 hours or the 3 hours was marking this marking these charts, marking them, okay. That was what took a lot of our hours. All right, okay, we are done with that. So we are looking the following day. We are coming in for the following day. So the following day we are just marking. Oh, and as you can see, what I was mentioning, the draw in liquidity. The draw in liquidity was this high, and we got to that. So what the draw in liquidity tends to help you to see where the price is targeting, and I cannot see it. Oh, there, here it is. Yeah. So the reason I can say, the reason why I was anticipating these buys was I was being drawn into this particular level. Okay, I was like, this price is being drawn into this level, and I want to change this color. I hate this color in my life because it is red everywhere. Let me put something like blue. Not blue. I need something yellow. Is yellow good? The air is not even clear. I need something. Oh my god. That's why I hate watching my charts on a plane. Which color can I use here now? Purple, yeah. Let me try purple. I hate when my Nini charts are on yeah, I just don't like it. It looks awful. The charts are like this. It is just diabolical. Anyway, we are done with this day. So I am done. So whatever will happen the following day, I really don't care what is going to happen. So I'm looking forward to Tuesday. First, from Tuesday now, I move these things. I'm not copying them. I move them. I saw you were copying them, and I was so shocked, or should I say, I was starstruck. Yeah, I think it should be like that. So this should be around 3 hours. Yeah. So I move this. I move because I'm done with that. I move them. So this, we established that the session is starting from 16 and ends at 19. All right, please. Now I can mark these levels. So we established at here at 4 o'clock. I need to take down all of that out. Okay, now I want to push these markets now. Now I want to push these markets. So I'll use this speed. I'll go here to the 15. And now push the markets up to this particular level. All right, we are there. Now this is the beginning of the following day. At the beginning of the following day, what do? I just do what I always do. Mark my levels there. So that is the beginning of that day. Excuse me. The high and the lows, I see where the draw in liquidity is. I see the draw in liquidity is slightly above here. And another thing that I tend to like to show is this. You see this one? This, the 55 EMA. The 55 EMA is, for me, is a golden tool. Basically helps me also in my marking up my charts, but that will come. That is also a tool that I use. Anyway, I mark these levels. So this was the 1 hour here. Oh, it takes a lot. This backtesting is really a lot of work. So we see from this level we are establishing a 3 control, 1 2 3 from this demand there, but what happened, we saw that we did close 1 2 3, we did close inside a level that is not so the supply, meaning what this was yellow there, and yeah, so I'm just marking the levels. So now I'm just marking the highs and the lows. I've already looked at the price action. Basically I can use this one to tell me what the price is currently doing, and it is good to be able to learn since if you are trading below it means price is bearish, if you are trading above it, it means price is bullish, as we can see from this particular level here. So on the higher time frame, which is the daily, we are bullish. Yeah, so I don't like this one to be always be visible there. It's just to show me price action, like yeah, it is just there, it is just there. Let me just look at that. So what we are doing right now is back testing. What we are doing is now back testing, and I've already aligned to the next day, but what I'm working on is whatever is happening. So on the 30 minutes, let's see 30 minutes what's happening on the 30 minutes. You see from the 30 minutes, from this particular supply over here, we establish 3 control, or what Peter calls E1 or E1. I usually call it 3 control. From this supply over here, we're seeing E1 also, but I wouldn't really consider this setup. I will really not consider the setup there. Anyway, that's what is happening, and I push lower time frames. As I push lower time frames, I look at what the previous session did. So basically what the previous session did is the New York afternoon session. Like I've said, and I'll say it over and over again, I don't trade New York afternoon session, I only trade New York morning session. So I am marking the levels as they are appearing here, and as you can see, there was a setup here, but it was not that a clean setup. The reason why I'm saying it was not a clean setup is because but it was a setup, alright? I cannot deny it. From this supply over here, 1 2 3 1 2 3 sell setup here, but it was not really that clean, because I was, yeah, we can see it was clean because there was this candle that wicked here and then pushed lower, essentially giving what this was. Yeah, this was a 1000 setup. Was it? No, this was not a clean setup. The distance from this to that, it is not. Yeah, it has shown us that it was not a clean setup, but from this particular point here, well, I think things are brewing up nicely. Okay, so this can be a retest. This looks like a good green orange retest, and I will mark that by denoting a line like that, and I'll go. So as I'm seeing a setup from the 3 minute, from the 15 minutes. Let's see whether I will have an execution on the lower time frame, which is the so here we saw also the break of not really, we did not have the break of that. Anyway, I move this to the lowest time frame, and then I look what is happening here. Apparently here there's this demand here, so any setup that occurs here for me is null and void. So I take my common these are my common what, my common tools that I use. Yeah, the invalidity, the invalid ones are the ones that I commonly use. So so we see from the market open here, so price did this thing, and 1 2 3 1 2 3. This is not a setup because of this demand. Okay, hope you can see that. Okay, let me see the setup that was established on the 15 minutes. Let me see whether it is clean setup. If I was to take it, if price comes, yeah, that is a beautiful, oh god, that is a beautiful setup. So I need to clone these. So now we are ready to do our trading now, and also I can take note of when price came inside the supply 1 2 3. There's some sort of something happening, and where's the high? God, so when I come to this time frame, I need to consider the high. Now when I'm looking at the 3 minutes, I need to know where the high is. I'm not seeing it, meaning this is not visible, but it is 1 second 1. Kwani imepotelea wapi na oh, I hate this bright color. You see, you cannot see anything, bro. And that's why I like my display to be black. So when it is black, it is good. That's why it is known as a blackboard. Anyway, enough of my ranting. Now our session begins. Okay, let me see on the 15 minutes what's happening. If this setup is still valid. Yeah, I believe the setup is still valid. So, but let me see whether I can get an execution from the lower time frame. Here I'm seeing a setup. It is not good. It is not a good setup. No, not good sell setup. Yeah, I think I will take this setup. I'll take this long position here. So this setup was we found it on the, it was on the 50 minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it is on the 15 minutes. Though we are having this supply here, I will not worry too much on it. On the 1 hour, oh, you see, also on the 1 hour, oh. Where are my 1 hour? Where are my 1 hours? Bro, sioni anything. What the hell is not happening? Where are my 1 hours high and lows? Niliziacha hapa. Am I tripping or what? Ndizo hizi hapa. What the hell is not happening, bro? Unaona vile zinajificha? Don't own anything. So I'm willing to take this setup. Oh, so yeah. So this thing that I told you to do, copy image. So you come here, you click copy link. When you entry link, so we had how many setups so far? We've had 2 setups so far, and they've all HTTP. So nimalize hii journal. So you get 100 pips. So that was a win. So that is around $30. We did not get the pictures. But I'm going to do the third one. So the third one is, let's see whether it will be executed. Oh, we have been executed. Okay, so this trade has been already executed. Oh, that trade is bad. I would have closed this trade, bro. Let me not lie to you. But because we have backtesting, let's just hold it. But for me, I would have closed this trade. I'm not gonna lie to you. This trade, I would have closed it. The reason why I did not take this sell here is because when I measure, so you see, so we had the sell from this E2, and we had the invalidation because of this demand, and then we had the demand being broken, and then when we had the demand being broken, we had the price pushing up. But when now I measured, you see, the first demand that we are getting is 50. The next one is this one is 944, and it may come out to this particular point, but I did not want to risk that. So I did not want to risk that sell. Anyway, let me just see. So we are having the opening of the next hourly candle, and this would be our low there, and this would be a high there. I want to take note of what is happening on the 4-hour time frame. Oh, price did not take this high. Oh, this is not looking good. It is not really looking good. That's good. So it seems as if price is targeting this low there. Oh, we might be liquidity. But anyway, if we miss that trade was triggered well. Let me just see. So just a moment, I'm adjusting something. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted them to be only 2 here because of hii maneno ya kushinda na ku alternating here. So on YouTube also have everything is clear. Anyway, this setup has already been triggered. So this is the following day, 3. Control C. Control A, Control V. This was the following day. So this was Asian session when that trade triggered. That trade was triggered at around 406. Oh, hii sioni hopes na hii trade. Hii inaona ikigonga stop loss. So this was Asian session. It was a gold gold or buy. So it was a gray. It was a retest. This is, for me, this is a D setup. The reason why I'm saying it is a D setup is because when price pushed lower, we closed inside this demand. Meaning what? It means that now we have triggered another 3 count fall. Now 3 count fall from this demand is about to happen. Either E2, E1 or E3 can happen. Yeah, E1, E2 can happen from this demand here, or E3. But is there hopes here? There's some hopes with this long demand here on the 30 minutes, but I'm not seeing any hope. So this was a 15-minute setup and a 15 minutes entry triggered, and I was targeting 1-to-1. So let's see. Damn, Sinembe, we survived. We consolidated the whole session, man. What the hell? Kwani hakukuwa na volume bana? Was there news? Was this an holiday? Now the thing is, Peter, uwezijua kama that day was a holiday or what that day was. Unaona? Ukiona market ikibehave hivi, hapa there might be a holiday, but now we cannot know. When there is a holiday, the markets do not move. That's why, also for me, when there is holiday, especially gold holiday, bro, I don't trade those days, but okay, let's see this trade how it played out eventually. Take profit. It eventually played out as a take profit trade. But it took forever. Unaona this type of behavior, it means that there was an holiday during Asian session or during London session, okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you will not be able to filter those things. But now what do? This is backtesting. What you are doing, what backtesting really tends to do is, are you applying the strategy? That is the real deal about this, the backtesting. Are we together? Because I know you can apply it on the live markets, but when you do it on the Nini, it is better when you do it on backtesting first before we come to the live markets. And when we come to the live market, that is when we are doing this thing known as for testing. Are we together?
Yeah.
So this, don't worry. Even if there was news and all those things that were happening, this was the exit link. So this was the there was the exit link. This here was the entry link. So when I come here and I click, I need to see the setup being entered. Okay. So this is wrong because it was from 15 minutes. Okay. Okay. So but I took the screenshot of 3 minutes. So that is wrong. We are getting lucky with this setup. Someone in India. We are plus, we are positive. So 100. So this also we made 100. So that dollar secured. Okay, that was that day. So we push this thing up until we go to the New York session. Okay. Yeah, New York session is about to start in the next 15 minutes. Now, when the New York session is about to start, now I move my things. I can start either way, but in order to keep it consistent, what I'm going to do is I start by marking what? My highs and my lows. My highs and the lows. Also, you need to know to understand something, that backtesting. Oh, did you see this? Have you seen this? Have you seen?
Yeah.
Price came into for this level, bana. Ndio maana. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
Price came for this, and ndio maana nashindwa. Why is there bullish? Mbona market imekuwa bullish all of a sudden? Meaning what? If this was a long position from this particular level, and that's why I'm telling you, you need to be able to look at all time frames. Unanipata?
Yeah.
Yeah. So kama ningeona hii, I would have gotten a better entry. Let me see whether I could have gotten a better entry. Entry ilikuwa the same simple area. So now the black, penye nini ya black iko. No, it was not at the same area. No, you see our entry was here above, na nini ilikuwa hapa chini ya 4 hour. Are you seeing that? Are you seeing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
and as I am looking at that, 1 2 3 invalid sell from this demand here, 1 2 3 4. So here the best entry ilikuwa hapa, orange entry. You need to that's why we do nini back testing sasa. So mimi now I take note on the back of my mind, I need to be always observing the higher time frames. Stay kukaa hapo kwa lower time frames, kujili when tunasemanga jina Kiswahili, ndume wawili wakipigana
Yes, sijui.
haya, ujui hiyo ama this bull initangwa jina Kiswahili, hizi ng'ombe ya kiume.
Siko pro kwa Kiswahili.
Mimi nikidhani zinaitwa ndume, but I guess the saying goes like ndume mbili zikipigana nini huumia?
Something like pahali.
Nyasi huumia, nyasi ndio inaumia.
Zinaitwa pahali ama?
I guess, I believe so. That is a Swahili saying. Pahali wawili wakipigana nyasi huumia. Ndio hiyo. You see? Hata there is a image. It is based at it has been brought in our, if you also ni fan wa JJK. Are you a fan of JJK?
Yeah.
You remember the fight when this guy was fighting this volcano guy towards season 2? Oh, bro. Do you remember that?
Recall vizuri hadi.
Bro, I think I'll be copyrighted, but hakuna shida. I want to show you. People have even mastered the nini. Hapa. Sakuna orders everyone to stay still. You remember this scene?
Yeah.
So kulikuwa na fahali wawili, this guy and the volcano guy. I'm not sure, I cannot remember the name now, but those were fahali wawili basically, and
Collateral.
yeah, the nyasi were these people when you don't move, and they had to obey the nini. So basically it is the same. When the 4 hour and when the higher time frame cough, bro, you better nini, you better watch out, bana. And if it aligns perfectly, oof, you better watch out. You better watch out. So I'm adjusting now the charts for the next session. Bro, how long has that taken us? 10 minutes. So if I'm doing this on my own, to complete a session, I can only take less than. I won't stay there for a long time. Doing what? So this is the 1 hour. So we are about to enter the New York session. So as you can see, I am trading with the trend. If you can remember what I said in the previous session was, I'm seeing what the market is doing. So it is better to take the nini. That is what the market is doing. It's better to take the buy trades rather than taking the sales trades, which are, yes, I don't agree they won't happen, but bro, there's this girl I saw on Instagram. You see that scene that I have showed you, the scene about that JJK. But I'm a master of scene, and that is the one that she used to to learn Japanese. Hey, she's now fluent in Japanese. Like, she's a girl from Nigeria. I'm not sure whether you have come across her account. Have you come across her account on Instagram? It was crazy. Anyway, I'm just marking the charts, bro. I'm not doing anything fancy, so I can prepare for the next session. So for you during London session, when we're doing London session, you could have taken this trade. True or not true? This orange entry buy here, and it was aligning perfectly. Because if you had looked on the higher time frame, you would have noticed on the 15th there's nothing hindering you, and you could have gone here on the, now for you wewe ungepata nini ikiwa hapa around hapa yeah, around hapa 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock, so zile market is about to open, the New York session, the London session is about to open, you'd have seen the market has come and taken out these entries. So for you, what would you be looking for? You would not be looking for sales at any particular level. Hata ungeingia huko tu una buy tu. Just sometimes you close your eyes, but I don't want you to grow that behavior. You just come here and look for potential buy entries, and you would find them. Ungekosa buy entries. You wouldn't have lacked any. I'm just saying. Ati nini hiyo? Are you talking to me or you're talking to someone else?
Si hata mimi nimeongea.
Anyway, we're almost coming to end of this. I would have been done with this month if we started ile time tuko tunaanza. I could have been already been done with this month. But now I had to show you the whole work, how it is done. I had to show you. Oh my days, nishamaliza analysis sasa, or adjusting the charts. So we are almost starting the next session here, and I will take my beloved main tools are those. You can also add this orange entry here. Bro, I remember when I made my first payout, what I used to do was, if I find a setup, I just take it, not fearing of anything. I would just take the setup, and then I close the charts and I sleep. And that was the road for me to being profitable. Oh, I'm seeing a setup was taken here, but anyway, let's just wait and see what is happening, or what the price is printing. Oh my days, I'm so tired. Okay, I guess we are now can now begin our analysis. Okay, price is still pushing higher and higher. Let's see whether we can capture some of that momentum as it continue pushing higher and higher. If it will give a pullback. So what I'm waiting to see is some sort of a pullback, and maybe I can take a setup. And one can say there's some sort of a pullback here. But it is not that clear, bro. For me it is not that clear. So let me I'll have to watch out these other time frames and see what is happening. Okay, I'm analyzing. We are just looking at what price is printing now. I'm looking at the 15. Basically on the 15, this price is not looking back. Before I go to the 15, I would like to adjust the 1 hour, previous high and the previous low. If you are able to finish this tiresome work, bro, wewe uko mbele. And one thing I will take notice is that price has already taken the previous high, day high, and what we are experiencing now is a liquidity run. Okay, this is known as a liquidity run. It is neither a liquidity grab or a liquidity sweep. This is a liquidity run. Price doesn't care to come back there again. So just see. One, two, three. The reason why that is invalid is because we have the supply above there and the distance also. sometimes what people do in order for them to washinda switch time frame, what they do is that they do something known as a subdivision. Kuna kwanga na subdivision, like you subdivide these templates. So you have the 3, 15, 30, this particular area, and then you have the 1 hour and whatever. It is also good, but what do I mean? Let me see whether I can find it here. I'm not sure whether you can add it in the nini. Here it is, layout setup. You see this layout setup? You have like a layout setup, like, let me see. I've selected like the number 3 there. So you're watching this time frame here, this other time frame here, but let me just use this one only. But that most people mostly use it during their live, when they are doing live markets. But I don't use it. I'll just tell you the truth. So let me see what is happening on these other time frames. Ooh, have you seen that? We almost tapped the 30 minutes. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Here there's a setup here, bro, on the 30 minutes. A retest of this particular level. Hata sikuwa nime notice hiyo nini. And I'm not sure where the price imegonga. We almost hit that level.
Do you have anyone that was activated above this today?
Unasema nini hiyo?
Si kuna anyone iko activated hapo?
Sikupati venye unasema.
Kuna anyone iko activated hapo?
Hakuna entry 1 hapa. Entry 1 gani? Ni gani unasemea?
After the market imebreak that level.
Hii imebreak hii level.
Juu.
This level.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that. Oh yeah, I see that. True. But the candle is not yet closed. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So these also a good setup there. But if you want, you can take that. But shida ni we are testing the 1 hour supply there. Anyway, hebu tuangalie nini ita happen. But the best setup that I would like for price to do is this one. Unaona hii iko hapa chini?
Yeah.
Unaona ikikuja hapa, like tuko na hiyo clean traffic hadi hapo kwa hiyo nini supply. Ikiactivatiwa hapa, sijakata kuna clean traffic, but tunaona kuna venye it is not that clean. Alafu ukiangalia kwa 1 hour kuna venye we are having this some sort of nini supply here. But anyway, both are good setups, but
Watch for it.
yeah, but let's see what price does. Price is reaching out to the 30 minutes. Okay, let's see. we're having the 1 hour candle close. For me mimi already niko na setup. Let me just lie to you. For me, I will be willing to take the 30 minutes setup, okay? For me, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm willing to take the 30 minutes setup. I intertake I copy link. But let me wait for it to be entered. Okay, let's see. Let's see what price does. I'm in. Okay, you see? I'm in that setup. The 30-minute setup. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? So let me copy the link. And now I enter this was activated at 5. So this was New York. It was good. This was a buy. So this was a retest ndio of invalid buy, of invalid blue. Unaona? So ni kweli? Na iko na buffer, iko na kila kitu. Na tuko na nini? Clean traffic to the upside. Ati nini? What is it?
I can see my last data in semi-connected, so never do anything.
Alright. But so let's take this last setup. Alafu, this is the last setup. Hope now you've gotten what is the gist.
Yeah.
Stop loss. Ishagonga stop loss. This has already hit stop loss. Okay. So this was a loss. No matter how confident I was, the trade turned out to be a stop loss. And then that's the thing of taking this from 30 minutes higher. Taking those setups. Kama hiyo inaweza kuwa stop loss, but utapata like ishagonga TP. So this is our first loss. So I was targeting 100 pips, the same lot size, and I got whooped. So this was a negative. That was an L, so I lost what? Negative $30. And that's how trading works, okay? Not all trades will be a winner. Hata kama hiyo, that was looking like a winner. It is a textbook. That is our textbook trade. So now that's what I told you. If I take a loss in that nini, I'll look and see whether I'll get another trade. If the second trade I lose, I am done, bro. I am so done. Anyway, this session will be our last session, and now you see what I was meaning when I called you lazy. I would have been already done with this month. Tumeanzana na makazi zingine mingi za kumakmak vitu. Are we together, Peter? Now I will look for a setup. Now this is my second and my last setup. This is my last setup. If I lose this one, I am done. Tuangalie 15 minutes kama kuna kitu ina cook. Ooh, there was something on the 15 minutes. Was this where the price was reaching to? But here tuna any buffer. Let me look at it. Yeah, tuna buffer. It is a 150-50 setup. This is what I call a D setup. It is a good setup, but price reached to this area, the invalidity area. Are you seeing what I'm saying? Yo, bando zishaisha. Anyway, you see what I'm trying to say, like the way price was reaching for this level. It was hunting this particular level. That I would not have caught that. Easy setups misichukwangi, but kama hapa tungekuwa na like hapa between this particular level would have had a demand, I would have taken this setup. But ikiwa hivi naked hivi, I usually don't take those setups. Let's see whether the 3 minutes we provide before we call this a session. So what is happening here? Price is tapping this. Is tapping this supply. I'm not sure whether you can see that. So price is tapping that supply. We're having before we get another setup, bro. To take some time. Yeah, this is the setup that we are talking about, but it could be indicated when price push the downside. You see this setup? This was the one that we were talking about. Are we together? Yeah, this was the setup that we were talking about. I'm trying to do as much as possible so that we can cover as much as possible. But hii inakaa kama first entry break. But I will not risk my money on a bullish market, because what I'm seeing here is a pullback for continuation to continue pushing higher. What's happening on the 4-hour? Oh, 4-hour, this supply is rejecting it. Interesting, very interesting. So let's see what is happening here on the 3 minutes. 1, 2, 3. No, this is not my setup. 1, 2. So on the 30 minutes, what I want to get rid of is I want to get rid of this. But this one I want to put it here. The session has ended with me not getting any other setup, okay? Tunasema nini hiyo?
Like I guess the market it arranged for some time hapa hivi.
I'm not sure, bro. That I cannot tell you. Yeah, but you see, but this market can push. But anyway, this is the first loss that I've incurred. But if I was executing from the 3 minutes, this day I wouldn't have gotten any setup. Let me look at the 15 minutes. Looking at the 15 minutes, 1, 2, 3. here we saw the break of this demand here, but when this candle closed back, we did not see any retracement to this particular level. Let me only have this visible on the 30 minutes. Okay, so what I'm saying, we had entry 2 from this, or a 3 control from this supply here, and 1 2 3, you see. But when price broke this, we did not I could have anticipated for something like that, but nothing like that happened. So anyway, that is where my session ends. Yeah, that's where my session ends. So with those 2 days, I've only made 2 trades, 1 loss. And because your bundles in Asia, I will not stay here. Okay, I think I'm done. Hiyo bundles kidogo imebaki, utascroll nayo TikTok ama you go on YouTube. So did you note any questions?
No, not any questions. I guess zenye nilikuwa nazo ndio nimeuliza hapo katikati, but there are not any question.
All right, now you understand how backtesting works. Okay,
Yeah.
how it is done. I would have finished this month, the whole of month, but I had to mark each and every candle and each and every nini, and you saw that's where there's a lot of work. Hapo ndio kazi iko. So that's how backtesting works. I move this. Sasa when I finished the week, so hii ndio ilikuanga Friday hapa. So you see this was where the Friday was.
Yeah.
I move them to where the next Friday and then I continue with the cycle. I continue with the cycle. I continue with the cycle. We am done. So that's YouTube. That's the end of this session, man. I am so tired. How long have I been? I've been live for?
5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. So Peter, that's how backtesting works. And yeah, don't tell me again that. So for you, umeenta, najua chat yako inakaa hivi. Do you know that? Your journal. Do you know journal yako inakaa hivi? Entries in 1 week and like 4 days or 3 days. And I was shocked.
But no gonna lie. Nini market iko na volume at that particular time in January.
Yeah,
The first week.
I told you to start from the second week. Start the second week. Start from the second week. Na kama January si fiti, anza Feb. Na kama si hivyo unaweza anzia hapo kwa March pale nimeachia. Uendelee, but do not use this mine. Mimi nimeandika journal for backtesting for March 2025. So this I will know this is mine. So you go and start your own. And how do you start your own? You just go here. Iko wapi hiyo kitu? Kuna hii drive. Pale kwa drive. Ndio the original one. You just make a copy of this. So for me, I was looking at this, bro. I'm looking at this and I'm looking and I'm seeing only 2 entries, bana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries, bro. A whole week and some weeks and some days ahead. So I was so shocked. And for you, come at me, I want at least 3 months, bro. In order to fund you, I need at least 3 months. Okay?
Yeah.
I need at least 3 months. Kama utakuwa umefikisha 3 months, bro, I will not be in a position to fund you. At least 3 months. And it is possible. Simeon, it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible if you're like keen and strict and you're locked. Hi bro, una set to 4 hours within your day. 4 hours, 4 hours in the morning ama 4 hours in the I don't think you're doing anything, and that's when nataka umalize kitu sahi kwa ajili. So next month is you are starting school in the next few weeks ama ni kama bundles zimeisha. Anyway, that's the session guys, man. And yeah, I believe if anyone comes across this or if I send someone else here, that's how it is done. Anyway, that's all, and for me, I would say bye bye.